Ugh. How's everyone doing tonight? Hope everyone's going well. It's time for us to, admittedly, partially unexpectedly, go back to Ace Attorney. Tonight was originally supposed to be Lob and I continuing Halo 2. But to be frank, he forgot I streamed on Saturdays and made plans to begin with today, and I wasn't about to be the guy to be like, what the hell, man? Shit happens. I accept it. So we're starting Apollo Justice instead tonight. So let's not mess around. Let's just get right on into it. Going in, I know next to nothing about this game, barring what Apollo himself looks like, obviously, because Lob sent me that fucking Apollo sprite edit with Maya's outfit. I don't know any of the music from memory. And I know facial language is a part of the game's mechanics, but that's all I know. So let's not mess around. Let's get right on into it. Turnabout Trump, huh? There's a joke to make here. I'm not going to be the one to make it. It's animated now. Truthfully using the power of the Nintendo DS. Well, this is immediately atmospheric as all hell. Holy shit. Showdown time? Oh, playing fucking poker. You lose. Ah! Ah! Why did that animation look almost exactly fucking like Hotel Dusk? I've never even played that game, and I know that's what that looked like. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Or me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that? That's all the setup we get? Okay, then. Defendant lobby number 3, the same as always. Good to see ya. Oh, shit, I didn't think about what voice I should give Apollo. Fuck. As my bitrate immediately dies. Calm down there, game. Calm down. I think we're back. Oh, man. That bitrate monitor. Hellish sometimes, I swear to God. Well, let's see. If Nick was kind of a... well, I guess, kind of voice, and Edgeworth is somewhere about this. It passes that Apollo probably... give me a moment. I'm actually checking something. Just change my streaming bitrate, so maybe things won't be as hellish. I only increased it because we were playing, fucking Halo, so I don't need all those bits for this. As I alt-tab and immediately see fucking down to 0. Oh, boy. My parents had to be streaming something, right? It's the only logical conclusion. I guess Apollo can be something like this? From what I've seen of his character design, though, he strikes me as a younger character than Nick and Edgeworth, even were back in Ace Attorney 1. I mean, always a good way to test. Apollo is not in this set of characters. Panicked? Oh, I'm sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Well, you're very fancy looking. Good morning, sir. Hmm, you look tense, Justice. Wound up tight? Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial and it's homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. today to my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your speech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him on the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yeah, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Who's our first client, then? We're getting no character introduction to Apollo, I see. Oh, the moment I fucking say it. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants me to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Nick? What? Good morning. Morning. It's up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him? Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So, you're... Fine, I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin's a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why... you'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. Okay. I need to focus. First trial, here comes justice. If that's the entire reason they gave him the name Apologist so they can make that kind of tagline, I'm completely down, honestly. Holy shit, it's prettier. Oh god, it's pain already. Oh, my old friend. I missed you in the last game. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. What the fuck did you do to your hair? What? Why? The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Oh, too late. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin. Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have Chords of Steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. I thought so. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright? How could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. Do you think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leaving chains? Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. Why does he admit a certain kind of dad energy? What the fuck?
Yeah, him. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice.
Totally was wine in the Japanese version. Gotcha. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Clearly it can't be the exact same bottle, because otherwise that would probably be shot at something fierce. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently.
The court record? Right. I've heard of that.
Use the court record button to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this.
Right. The court record button. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action.
So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this Shady Smith fellow?
Hey, Robed, hope you're having a good night. How you doing?
Good to see you.
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he'd been out of the country for a number of years. He'd only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant?
That, too, is unclear at the present, Your Honor.
Good news? Ooh. From the YouTube thing you brought up the last time I saw you?
We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing?
Finally got your computer fixed, you're gonna start streaming again tomorrow? Hell yeah, Robed! Welcome back. That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. Poker. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Poggers indeed. Wait a second, isn't that poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself!
God, that's such a high-quality soundbite for them whispering. Indeed, it appears our defendant is found to become the basest sort of criminal?
What? That is not the kind of voice I imagine this guy having. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim, yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
Yeah, competition?
Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know of its final outcome. Come again?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
That'll be our first order of business here, then, to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Ah, very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held on the night of the crime.
My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing.
God, Nick's the first witness?
I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play in the competition, and there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy.
It's kind of a weird business strategy.
A pianist who can't play piano? Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? No, thanks. I remember how to handle these pretty well. It's been 2 major games, yes, but oh well. No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered. I think you better do more than think. You know it, or you don't. I'm fine. The cords of steel are ready for battle. My weapons, press and present. Find any inconsistencies and lies in the testimony and reveal them to the court. You're not too late, Kaito. Hope you're having a good night, by the way. How you doing? We're only just getting to the first cross-examination. That is cross-examination. Learn it. Know it. Do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Oh, doing that on the bottom screen now, are we? Since it's the tutorial case. I'm doing pretty well. Have some cheer wine on me, so the best soda ever. Mind you, there's not many actually good sodas. This is the tutorial case. Probably wants me to press everything. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? Yeah, I met Phoenix. He already gives me like a weird, cool uncle dad energy, and I'm wondering if they're going to play into that at all. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all. Bah, do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yeah, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. Holy shit, he's spitting cold truths. What happened to you, Phoenix? Why are you like this? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost. Once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time. As I said, I'm a professional. One of your boys is calling you. Farewell. All right, Robed. Have a good night. Take care. Talk to you later. The Phantom has a nickname for Phoenix in this game, Hobo Phoenix. Yeah, he definitely has been homeless for 6 months, but still has like $700 each week in his bank account kind of feel. He's played poker for 7 years and not once lost? Is that even possible? Law of averages would probably say no, but same law would also say it's theoretically feasible. The room where we play in the competition in there. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. I mean, I guess if he said that he's been in there for 7 years, that means it's been 7 years-ish since the original trilogy, meaning even the last known smuggling ring in the series that I'm aware of would have been 5 years in the past-ish. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right in there in that room. The smoky room, gambling hoods, you know? Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through a small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks in it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. And anyway, they come to play poker in the room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Alright. 2 decks of cards. Yeah, that's the unusual part there from my knowledge of poker. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. Play the Muppets Party Cruise? Some shit? Do I have the game audio turned all the way the fuck down? Oh, yeah, pretty fucking close for some reason. Let me check that from when it comes on. That's my bad. Every time I do a new game, the audio change just fucks with me. That should hopefully be better there. Hopefully. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yeah, a game of hands. Huh? This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was just a simple game after all. You? Sure. Uh-huh. People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime? Now, that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying at the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Look at you! Where's this fucking... Where did all the confidence come from, Nick? 5 years of just playing poker? What the fuck? I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like to make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Okay, let's take a look what we got for stuff here. Time of death around 2 a.m., April 17th. Single blow to the forehead. Between 1:45 2:15. Cerebral hemorrhaging from blunt trauma. That's not instantaneous, but it's pretty quick. Oh, we're gonna be dealing with this a lot, I guess. Fun. Grape juice bottle uses murder weapon. Bears. You touched the murder weapon, Nick. So, you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle? Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. God, that's so unbit crunched. It is a crime to not hear ice attorney music. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Ha 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 ha. Oh god, he's a dork. I love him. Excess yelling condemns the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cards of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone wouldn't prove he did it. No, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Uh-huh. But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there's only one reason for that. Yes, to brain someone with the bottle, or to fucking chug it. He does have that awkward nephew kind of feel already. Also, holy shit. There was a little bit of this in the Ace Attorney Investigations games, obviously, because those were also made for DS, but the soundtrack here is using noticeably different, like, instrument sets. That's a lot smoother. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. No, I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. Yeah, I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? I'll deny the crime. Who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still that... Really? Yeah, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in the basement 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see. So this is the phone that made the call? If you look carefully, the numbers used in Edgeworth's phone number are much more smudged. Unfortunately, Edgeworth's phone number also has every single number in it. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one's more serious about... What was it you just said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred? How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime? That means they must have witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has just been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Oh my god, she's so tiny. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? I surmise she's been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You sure? I swear it's on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you're sure it's okay. Yeah, I love Apollo's red vest. In a weird way, I can't help but wonder if they took like a design cue from Diego's design, because very similar red vest kind of things. Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witnesses' paraphernalia? Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. These are merely tools of her trade.
And that would be...
My name is Olga Orly. Olga Orly. Trying to figure out what kind of pun they're gonna put with this, unless it's oh really. I'm employed as a waitress in the Borscht Bowl Club restaurant.
Then why the camera?
Of course, it's my pride to serve borscht that is name. To serve borscht that is naming restaurant. That. What? That don't seem right. But I also perform. How's it said? Other service?
Oh. English isn't meant to be her native language. Okay. Suddenly, grammar problem makes sense. Now I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures?
Da. Like, for example, this one.
That's the defendant.
Indeed. No deny the murder. The man in white hat is one who gone kaput.
Indeed, that is the victim. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It is the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers, casually.
Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout we call it.
Excuse me, the hideout?
It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested.
Son of a bitch, they arrested the main character of Guilty Gear?
Is room where murder took place.
What?
You look about a surprise. It is lovely. I'll post by courtroom door later for you. Da, photos will be numbered and you'll write which ones you want a copy of.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orly, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, then that means... Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events.
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players had played with hats on. Da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket on his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. Da. That man threw a victim and strangling to him to death.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice? Maybe you can come up with more legitimate objections. But he hadn't lost in 7 years.
Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor, either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime.
3 of a kind, and... Are those both full houses? Holy shit. Something ain't right there.
The hand and the chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
Yes. Imagine that poker's war. Your hand is your army and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
How old are you again? I think he means poker face.
Looking at this picture, it does seem like most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Alrighty. Also, is it just me or did they lower the volume of the text sound effects? Alright, so if I'm already recalling the evidence I took a look at.
Yeah, he didn't get strangled to death. No, really, strangled, you say? That's odd. Duh, normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ah! Miss Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Ah! Impressive. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hats and everything. Yet it is as a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. But I have seen it happen. The victim, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss O'Reilly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. Justice? I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue in the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much? This horse is dead, but so let's stop eating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. You can hear that? Right, let's see. Do I have anything that could contradict anything that we know? Food on the table there. Oh, shit. His locket was gone at the time of his death. Or at least it's gone when he's dead. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Payne, why the hell are your pictures in black and white when Olga's are in full color? Look at this graph! Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. The locket's gone. Someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah, yeah. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say, yeah? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh, you mean this? Yeah, it's a locket. With a photograph inside. Photo of my daughter. Nick, how in the fuck did you and Miles figure out how to have kids without a woman? If anything, I'm in awe of your love being that strong. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The pictures in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game? Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. The game began with 3,500 point in chips from each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, he was victim. For last hand, defendant played with all chips on the table and lose. The moment the loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
Unless the score difference is more than we think it is. Like, say this is a kind of place where for some reason smaller chips are worth more? But even then, like, say that is thousands. I can't figure a way that would math out too easily.
It does seem to be a one-sided game.
Yes, the court knows poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true.
How many times has Lana been in this fucking court since the end of the third game? Yeah, her clothes do look really fucking warm. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Quick to believe a defendant there, or at least a testimony there, Apollo.
Ugh. Even back in his first case, Phoenix was like, "Are you sure about that?" Why the size difference?
Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder?
A bit early to do one of these, but sure.
Yeah, true. Apollo is still a newbie. Based off what it seems like, he has even less courtroom experience than Phoenix did at the beginning of the first game. Because even in the first game, not only was, Nick the defendant before that once, as we learned in Trials and Tribulations, but he probably also had more time studying under Mia, rather. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips? Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not a chip off the old block, nor a motorcycle cop, not a... thanks? Now that I pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yes, I've been saying before it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand? Two types of chip, 100 and 1,000 point chip. It is not money, da.
Justice?
Sir, don't you find her comment interesting? I was right to think that already. The small chips are the ones that are worth 1,000. Meaning the smaller ones are probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 100s. So in this pick, Phoenix has 4,100. Whereas Shady had 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2,900. So Phoenix was winning here. Why the hell would he have gone off after him in that case? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself.
Well, does the defense want this witness to add her testimony?
Yeah? Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this.
Very well. Witness, if you would be so kind.
Your Honor. Apollo is a newbie. Clearly, at this point, I'm not. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? It seems our new attorney's a bit confused. A glance at the pictures is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too, but then the totals don't add up. The totals? let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000. Yes, my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5. There they are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Both of these counts are right, it's just that you guys are flipping around what the values of which chips are. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? Why don't you ever get my notifications? I don't know. Hey, Cythera. Welcome. Hope you're having a good night. Welcome. How you doing? Apollo's at least better at math than you are. Yeah, fucking same. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Wanna know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000, not the big ones. Madness, utter madness. Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait, the value of chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah! Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900, and the defendant had 4,100. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning! Yeah! Why is his hair like that? You're so lit for me to play this game. I'm excited. I'm excited for, a mostly new cast of characters, but also just to see how things can go differently with the different tech for the DS game. I mean, I guess Investigations had that, but Investigations was also radically different mechanically to begin with. Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Order, order. It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony at... Excuse me, what is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but... Actually, you see, See what, Miss Orley? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat. My chat's interacting with each other. It's adorable. You love to see it. Cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. I think the highest in poker, if memory serves. Not an easy to make, in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker. No, I can't say this bodes well for your case, or career. How often do the fucking defense attorneys and prosecutors play poker? What is this, some kind of secret courthouse poker ring? Justice, you know the terms one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards in the same number make a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house. And go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The judge may cross-examine the witness. The defense may cross-examine the witness. I am the cross-examiner now. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Die. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Let me take a look at that again. Can't make the numbers out too well there, but those are 2 aces on Nick's side. And is that also 2 aces on the murdered side? Those are 3 face cards though, so 4 of each card, blah blah blah. Given that I can't tell, maybe she can give me more information on what the actual hands were. How is it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. I mean, there were 2 decks, but... How? A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's too. Yeah, obviously cheating was afoot. Perhaps I should say, a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony? Without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony. Please. You only know what a full house is because of Yahtzee? I didn't play Yahtzee growing up. We had it. I just never played it. I was, my big board games and card games growing up were Old Maid, a little bit of Monopoly, not too much. Trouble, Sorry, and Mousetrap. Basically the RNG games. Nowadays, I know Full House mostly because of Yakuza and going for the platinums in those games. 3 aces and Wright's 2, 5 aces in all. This is probably all I can present from knowledge of what we have. Problem, actually, with what she just said. There's only 2 aces on each side here. It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? Smith's hand only has 2 aces. Never liked Mousetrap, that bitch would trigger at the lightest touch. Yeah, it really would. I played it with either my mother or one of my neighbors. Or I was over at my uncle's house, about a town over, and we would play it there. But theirs was the family that just built the thing up to see the Rube Goldberg nature go off. Ooh, that's good soda. If anything, I'm more interested nowadays in Mousetrap
to see if anyone's made, like, their own mousetrap devices that can fit in the same slots. Their own little Rube Goldbergs. I imagine there's probably somewhat of a modding community for that. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2. Ah! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Mousetrap, I've honestly forgotten how to play, period, though. Like, and board games, I think board games now, what takes it up is a little bit of Munchkin, the Blockbuster board game, and Catan. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards? The cards? Mr. Payne? Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Catan's really fun. Apollo sprites are also really... They're a lot more expressive than ones I'm used to at this point. That's coming from the Investigations duology right off fresh. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. The sprite work is such higher quality here. The victim's hand is probably what I should go here. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Well, time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yes, sir. This is where we're first going to do this. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using the dials in the evidence viewer. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do it. Oh shit, I actually have to use the touchscreen to move it by the looks. Alright. Yeah, I don't see an R button prompt for this. Hello! That ain't right. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards, the back is a different color. Nah. Ah! That's impossible, but I put that card in Mr. Wright's hand. Ah. What was that, Miss Orley? No, yeah, I merely said, I have, Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat. I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah! Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss Orley, she's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Yeah. No, order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her, of her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Ooh. Cornered theme going off. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice.
There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. The witness accuses the witness... The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. Ah! Cut to you saying the music of this game's good in every Ace Attorney game. Yeah, it's really been the case, hasn't it? Looking back, the only soundtrack I don't remember too much of is probably JFA. Mr. Payne, where's your witness, Miss Olga Orley? It appears she's lost consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice, Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it. I held out. I see no point in prolonging this trial to the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries. Nick? Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think, one of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous. Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. He's correct. 23 keyboard. Been there. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. Use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yeah? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. They could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. Now I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Before the murder would make sense because that could be the impetus that caused the entire thing to happen. During just would mean we would need another person here, and I just don't see if the first case doing that. After the murder would allow them to modify the decks, though, and try to make the defendant look guilty. So there's good reasons for both before and after. But given how Ace Attorney tends to play, I'm going to say after is probably the better choice there. Perhaps it happened after the murder? What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly. Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly things in this world, but very little impossible. Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that out during the game, you'd be caught. No, oh, right, I didn't even approach that angle. Ah, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on into crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and the murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room, alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Olga we have some potential for because she has been caught in a lie about this, or at least not knowing enough. Phoenix doing that would only incriminate himself in... he's not the kind of person to do that, at least in the original trilogy. We'll see how he goes in this game. So honestly, I'm thinking there's a third person in all this. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either. What are you suggesting? Every time you hear Payne's objection, you mimic it and you just sound like Toad from... Object! Oh my god, you're right. That is the Toad voice. That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yeah, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it? Yeah, well, that's the question, isn't it? Precisely. I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes. Now, I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. Yeah, Kaido, I did actually check that manga out. Chapter, I think, the end of the observatory mini arc struck me as, oh, they're going that direction, but I'm really liking it. They're also, it's good to see that artist and storyteller still is able to make the complete wuss of a main character grow into someone more competent while still having a complete chad of a secondary character. I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials. Ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. This trial will resume in 20 minutes. Also, why on earth... Obviously, the series is so early on, we don't know yet. But the fact that that motherfucker also has a fucking Gios, more or less, bit odd. But as we saw back in Reborn, this creator is very fond of making stories that seem like they're going to be realistic at first, and then suddenly supernatural bullshit. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim that there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well, now, I think you would know the answer to that.
Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph. Justice? Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. Why, though? Yeah, that's... Has the judge ever actively done that? Now that I think about it? You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Oh my god, she's adorable. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Huh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Yeah? Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. It's a baby! It is. I love her already. You're kidding! That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Ah, almost forgot one more thing about this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Yeah, he's already being such a Ooh, I like that song. This confidence is almost out of character for him, but it's also been fucking 7 years-ish, assuming there wasn't already a time skip between that 7 years ago thing and where the end of Trials and Tribulations was. In fact, what's his age listed as here? 33? That means, if I'm recalling the math correctly, it would have been almost right after the end of Trials, or at least within a year of it. Damn. 32, unknown, 21. Fucking that hair, Jesus. I sure love being a cryptic asshole. Absolutely, by the looks of it. Coot will now reconvene. You missed an R there, translators. I'm sorry, translate. This... Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, been recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again? That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify, or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Having someone like this in charge, despite being my sidekick, quote-unquote, is very different.
Because Maya, Pearls, anyone else really was in a very more relaxed position. I'm assuming that's a well-made fun-of typo. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. Yeah, not. Hello, that's... Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. I don't know why. She went from being cute to incredibly attractive to me. I don't know what that says about my tastes. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. My last name sounds like, oh, really? There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Diego was more active than Maya and Emma so far. Or at least Emma in case 5 of Ace Attorney 1. But he was not what Kristoff's being. By the looks, she falls into Cythera's tastes as well. Witness, you'll tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. The game's told me to keep an eye out for body language, so let's do that. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planning at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith's a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of the game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When the hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, that would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting cards red-handed at cheating would cast out on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh, really? Oh, really? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right! He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. But he was a detective. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you, perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? She's bad and cute in my eyes. You know what? I agree. I'm not usually a fan of the curly, shoulder-length hair look like this. I usually like chin-length hair or further down. But they make it work here. The only thing that really seems odd... Two things, actually, now that I think about it. She's touching the back of her neck again, so she's lying. But also, Nick never seems like the kind of character to do this. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright thoroughly and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Either I'm about to activate my Death Note abilities and give someone a heart attack, or I need to press harder. Mr. O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You? Me, Quick Fingers O'Reilly, hiding something? God, I can't unhear it being towed. What the fuck? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw when Mr. Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. What have you done to me, Cythera? God damn it. Touching her neck, was it? Whoa. What the fuck is happening? Whoa! What's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, the twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. You know, I figured the facial stuff in this game was going to be like zooming in on a 3D model of their faces. Going into the lens of truth, weird, twisted dimension was not what I was thinking it would be. What the fuck? So Spider-Man's kicking. Miss O'Reilly, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice. I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. Yeah, memory. Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she touches that moment. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what will remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is this. Oh, she got knocked unconscious. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim who was hit, not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me, now's our only chance to break her. Miss O'Reilly, please testify. In detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I'm knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please. Now. Bah, fine. I'll be real, Apollo's voice is a little deeper than I thought it would be. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. You seem uneasy. You try sitting up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. Must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in the daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what'd you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is very flawed. We know he's the one who called the cops, so he couldn't have been up there. How did she change that fast? She practiced from the same master that every Kamen Rider, Super Sentai, and Yakuza boss fight practiced under. Yeah, he's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there? I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. His cell phone. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you just said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The man who picked up the bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Then who the fuck was it?
Also, I love the animation in these parts. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle next to Wright. And he hit me. Some master cheating you turned out to be. When I came to, the victim was already dead, is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. They go full anime in the 3DS games. I'm looking forward to that, especially if the animation's, good. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin? Sir? I believe that, as a defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar. Why is he being so aggressive? Hold up a second. I'm having thoughts. I'm gonna check if there's anything in the evidence that would substantiate it. No. Wow, the batteries are held in with a piece of tape. Been there for my Game Boy Advance. You should just buy a new one. Maybe you can't afford it, or he just doesn't care. Studio Bones did Dual Destinies. He wants to A1 Pictures to the other ones. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, hey, Studio Bones doing something fucking incredible. I love that studio. I noticed this is yet to be used, so it'll be... I can't read what that clipboard says. Nah, we already have everything off of that. My brain is trying to say Kristoff's potentially being too aggressive for a reason. But I don't want to put my foot in my mouth later on. What? 3 were in that room on the night of the murder. The defendant, the victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we leave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Kristoff Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. Ha, this theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. Including the real criminal's identity was kindly provided to us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said? The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. They weren't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought these cards were blue. Kristoff's the killer somehow. He did bring up the fact that they were all blue flame. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear. Who is this 4th person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Get used to it. We have 4 cases of that ahead of us, probably. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Kristoff. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Kristoff Gavin, you were the 4th person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Yeah, that was like one of the first lines in the trial. Well, Kristoff. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Kristoff. You know, even I'd never take that joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder. I assure you, I'm quite sane. But what possible connection can Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Nah. There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like... Oh, Jesus. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How can anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this?
He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Abso-fucking-lutely. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. At 2, Justice, you would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. In the distance, you can just hear Edgeworth go, "Yes! Truth!" Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take to the stand, please. God, being behind this again feels weird. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to the defense attorney, Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently. Yeah, and he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder. Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. Let the hydration flow from Kick! Holy shit, it's Kick-a-Man! Hope you're doing well tonight, man. Water. Actually, I can bring this over here now. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir? He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir? Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Like, where's the insurance papers? Where's the arson cases? Why? I mean, we know that they were working together, but why would he hit the waitress first and not the other person in the room? Is my question. Like, hit him first, get him unconscious, yell at her, potentially kill her then. About this failed trap? This is the same trap that Ms. Olga Orley mentioned. That is such a smug fucking face on Nick there. Holy shit. He has evolved. Please let this be a normal trial. With Phoenix Wright involved? Never. Poor Apollo, stuck in the middle with us. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yeah, I snuck a peek in it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice. The murder weapon? Did none of you really look inside of it? Yeah, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. A card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. The police missing it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3, approves of this battle of wits.
It's not there. Just had to make sure. Is there a 3 of hearts in this? No, there's not. Or no, 5 of hearts. Still no. Yeah, still no. Let me see the cork. Damn it, I can't remove the cork. Maybe via the bottom? Assuming I can even do it at this point. The bottle is completely empty. Meaning it was removed? Please, revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Is empty. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yeah? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. Huh? No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely... isn't all you have to say for yourself? I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out? Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle, and there was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Wait, isn't the bottle in one of the... Can't see anything in there. That's a lot of fucking grape juice. Holy shit, how drunk were you that night, Phoenix? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Ah. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. Alright, so this is the photo from the police, but he was covered in his hat. So someone put his hat on him. But who? It would have to be the killer in that case, I think. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yeah? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Drunk on grape juice? Potentially. I mean, Zelda characters can get drunk off milk. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Huh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through an entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do such a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry, but that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through with the case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Both of you, just fucking kiss! Think Phoenix does weed? Not with his daughter around, but I think at this point in life, maybe assuming weed is legal in this particular time span of the Phoenix Wright universe, maybe invite Larry. Maybe get Gumshoe in there and play and just fucking fire up the dankest weed song you can think of.
Mr. Wright, if you ever intend to tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police, just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? Pate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Gumshoe can't afford weed. That's why he's not the one who buys it. Bone? China pate? Bone china plate? Yeah, kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. Not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about the phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right. Yeah. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, hasn't it, Phoenix Wright? Order! I will have order, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, yes, the prosecutor, Very well, we'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well, this will be the final recess for the day. Apollo leaves the court going, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? The daughter. Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you've chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. Chucking our mentor under the bus. Oh, an ace. Where do I remember this card from? Hello! Or is this meant to be the third ace? Okay. That would be the red card. That is very different, though. The Mason fifth ace. But wait, this blush red, is this blood? It's a very different way to do the mentor thing, because in Ace Attorney 1, your mentor dies. Investigation series, your mentor is either an eventual murderer, a prior murderer, or you just don't have one. Having it be the actual killer in this case instead of the victim is a legitimately nice reflection. You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. The truth. My father's fate's in your hands. I know you can do it. I love her hat. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. That's a much younger photo of her, though. So much younger, her color evolved from pink to blue. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. The witness, state his name and occupation. Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forget my curiosity, but what is about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate amount of interest in it. Now this feels right. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Ah, the Ace Attorney 1 soundtrack. I see what you're doing there. Mr. Wright? What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have to be either at the scene of the crime at the time of the crime. In other words, you'd have to be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Look at my boy go. And with that, he's already a much better mentor than Christoph has seemed to have ever been. Mr. Gavin? I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Eh? Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Ah, finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window of the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. A bald head and unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that this was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So, you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moments of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that, because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? I mean, I did it before. You suspected me of Mia's death. And that's all I've been so far suspected of, barring the case when he was in college. Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Get used to that. If it's anything like the other games, Case 2 is going to be a slightly more insane thing. Case 3 is gonna be the craziest thing in the game in terms of just how wacky it is. Case 4 is gonna be very serious and play into the end game, and then Case 5 is gonna be super serious. I don't have the map, so I can't really say what the window was. There are no... Oh, no, there's no abnormal cases in Ace Attorney, yeah. Yeah, this is Phoenix's third murder accusation. That means he and Maya have the fucking highest murder accusation rates, outside of maybe Edgeworth. Could you have really seen all that through a fucking window easily though? Unless it's super big. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back to where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Edgeworth technically also has 3. That's technically true, isn't it? Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point out a reason? I mean, we have the 5th ace and it has blood on it. But would that fall against fucking evidence law to present that? Because we technically never introduced it to the thing. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take out the 5th ace? He's got blood on it. My reason is that this is that in the ace. Why it's got blood on it? Right next to the spade. But what? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? Your face is twitching. What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borster Bowl Club that night after the murder occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade after all. No, impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is not permissible. Oh? Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? He wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been a decisive evidence, you see? This is baseless conjecture. Baseless. God, it's so good hearing that again. Ah, the pose! Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. This is what that screenshot's from? Oh, I have seen this used so much in fucking the internet discussion. Oh, that's amazing. What? It's amazing, really. How a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Good night, Ma. Yeah? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Whoa, 3 dimensions. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Future! Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Well, let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? The victims. Because from Kristoff's point of view, with the victim being like this, he wouldn't have been able to see the blood on the front of the head, let alone any cards that would have been covered in blood down here. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You think that any blood would have fallen behind the body, not onto the table in front of him? Ah! Take a look at the photo again. If you bled from this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Oh. Future! The chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police which way was the fair chasing? Yes, chase that carnival. Be like me in my youth. Bike up that hill. When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. You know, the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction. Again, let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Whose location creates a contradiction? The killer in this case, because the killer would have had to have been like right around here. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yeah. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall? In the middle of the game. I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here. Where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. But, there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Right here. The killer had to be standing, here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. Ugh, I thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Nor you claim the killer climbed the cupboard and hit it from above. Ha! It's simple logic, really. He's learned from Edgeworth. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing you mentioned look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Why did Kristoff almost look like the Joker from behind? But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here. Which means, Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Future. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown here, and that also covers up the window. Now everything's in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, or the second witness? Which indicator in the diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? He couldn't have seen the crime when the window was blocked. About this cupboard, are we okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah, that's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? This whole bit of freezing is a fun time. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot already. Oh, is the coolest defense in the rest? In the rest? In the West, losing is cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the windows of that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness this crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and I'll have order. We've just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh, and what did they find? Well, Your Honor, turns out there's a secret passage behind it. What? Ah, yeah, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it. The secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room had a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. See where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. Want some midnight ice cream or mug cakes? Yeah, East Coast people, yeah! Imagine being... Actually, now that I think about it, Kaito, you're on the West Coast, so you're fine. It's the people in fucking... What's the time zone between Mountain and Central? There is one there. I can't remember what it's called. At the time of the murder, when the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops. Some of the sentence structure in this is throwing me off for some reason. I don't know why. Leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with an unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the security passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and kablam! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Ooh, the rare triple gavel. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately. About to say we still haven't heard the fucking corner theme for this witness. Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such low-grade parlor tricks. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. Not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Legal evidence? Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking? How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. Phoenix is completely unfazed by his taunts. He's really grown in the past 7 years. With that said, he really needs to shave. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court and this case demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottle bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor. See how the caught fish squirms to the last? Well, Apollo. Yeah, your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah? Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down or other than to... don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there. In plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice. Mr. Gavin sent to the court in this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? The only picture we have of before the crime is Olga's photo. I guess maybe from this position, if you say reached around to pick up a bottle, you would pick it up inverted. Especially with the ones near his ass. So I guess this? It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me, on the floor? Yes, and now reach down and pick it up without getting out of your chair. Ah! See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Wouldn't be good in later experience if Phoenix just gave you all the answers? Exactly! Look at this graph! Taking on the night of the murder. I should not say that every time the sentence "look at this photograph" is said. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of the Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order, order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fuck you. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What, are you going to dust for that from fingerprints too? I would be surprised if anyone were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yeah? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Okay then. Zoom in. Oh! The Five of Hearts! There's something inside the bottle. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindling Devolchka? What? That's the card that was planted. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. Yeah, I'm surprised you got that out of the bottle so easily. Without having to curse smash it. The Five of Hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the fourth person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin.
Breakdown animation. What the fuck? He's a Super Saiyan. That's all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger at justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete. Right. This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? No. Edgeworth doesn't even remember you, Payne. Think we care? I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. Didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Yeah, Payne was really just here for the tradition of being the first prosecutor. I control the rate at which lobsters float, yes? Mr. Wright, do you have anything to add? No, I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shadi Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good, Mr. Wright. Yeah? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and as a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? A dark time is coming for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our own court system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright? Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This courtroom finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned. You know, Apollo, I think they used the same confetti that they used when I was here. God, this shit is 7 years old. Ooh. Little bit of funky here. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it myself. By myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yeah, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... Yeah, what's with that weird-ass supernatural bullshit that we've had since the start of the series, but that was distinctly different than spirit mediums. What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer... Right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh, wait, you don't know, do you? This locket's the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose pictures are in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Huh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, that's perjury! You think they care about perjury in the Ace Attorney series, Apollo? You sound like me back in the first game.
You testified. You said that the locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. Subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. Man, it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with the picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yeah? How about coming to work for me? You mean at the Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I'm proud of you, son. Yeah, I think Phoenix just adopted another kid. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yeah. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. At the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Stares at dual destinies and spirit of justice. Are you sure about that? Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Stares at the sequels. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd. It's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this is the forged evidence. The ace was forged. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yeah, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it off with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. Phoenix willing to use forged evidence that is still technically accurate. Huh. He's clearly had to go through some developments. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you really... Yeah, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn to the next page. My office's address. Drop in, if you like. Mr. Wright? Oh, about your uppercut? Try yelling, "Take that," next time. Find it packs a little more punch. And, Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. What happened to you? Who hurt you? And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door and straight into oncoming traffic. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. This is where we play the anime opening. Something about the first part of that save jingle reminds me of some other game, but I can't quite place it. Da 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 da. What does that almost sound like? Mega Man Star Force. Da, da. It's almost the same instruments as the da 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 da. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. What the fuck? Was that the fucking Blue Badger?
What the fuck? Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops, you find Larry. That was definitely not Larry because he died. You die. June 15th, 9:12 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright & Co. Law Offices, which are definitely not looking very law office-y. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Uh-huh. Hello there. You found the right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Well, now, shall we begin? Begin? What? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yeah, well, you must have at least one. Well, I guess defending? Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead, show me. Defend. Just give it all you got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I just can't defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us, not at us. Thanks? But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What, defend? No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? Huh? The Wright & Co. Law Offices, right? Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes, but I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign-off run again. What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. It all came floating back. The trial. That girl. Is it weird my brain takes the scarf around her neck and goes, Ace Attorney 1, Trial 5? I doubt it's Lana's scarf. But it's where my brain goes. Trucy, right. Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Oh boy, doing these conversations again is weird. At least with this setup. So is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people? Does that include you? Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid too. I'm a professional, you know. Right. Promise to come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Oh, I get it. Extraordinaire, extraordinary. Okay. Okay, so she's definitely adopted because he would have been 18. And while the series is no stranger to slightly retconning things to better fit better narratives or to expand upon it later, there's no way Phoenix had sex before the age of 20. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians out there who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. I love her already. So you're Phoenix's daughter? That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy. Get it? That is not what that means. No. I'm in charge of the whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree?
15? How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. I see Apollo went through the exact same mindset I just did. So if anything, he's a better reflection of me than Phoenix is. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? You know about that? Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. How old is Apollo meant to be, by the way, at this point? Because he's not in the profiles. Is he supposed to be about 21 like Phoenix was in the first game? No, actually, no, he was 23 in the first game, I think. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy! Right, that reminds me. About Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. 22. So he would have been probably just starting to study law under what the Ace Attorney series tends to do with that. At least given that half of the major law people in this series started when they were teenagers. Right, well, I'll be going now. I'll give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. Is she the Maya for this game? I'm getting that feeling already. That's a lot of manga. So, this is Mr. Wright's hospital. No! Not him. Why? I don't even remember his fucking voice. Oh, shit. Fuck, what was his voice? Visitors, are you? Yeah, are you the doctor? Yep, Dr. Hipfield's the name. I want to hurt him too. Good morning, Doctor. Oh, hiya there, Trucy. Cute as ever. Is this song a remix? The melody sounds familiar. Either way, I joked at times about Ray kind of coming off as a predator in Ace Attorney Investigations 2 due to his whole shtick. This guy is the legitimate predator. Is this Daddy's room? Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you like examined? Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Why, if it isn't Daddy-O cutest? Daddy-O, the cutest little thing in town. Homicide should be illegal to kill him. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect to see you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. Are you okay? So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. Hit? You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit the telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? People have died to lighter loads in this franchise. Oh, oh no! I joked! It actually happened! Okay, I need to know. How hard were you laughing? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. He really is as lucky as they say. Oh, that is fucking gold. Oh, that's beautiful. You love to see it. Something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big, not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a child anymore. Girl, you are 15. I said that shit when I was 15. I was a little shit. But you'll always be Daddy's little baby on me, Trucy. My foot, I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Ah, Daddy. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. Does she have legitimate magic powers? Great to see my accidental fucking prophetic nature. But at least it was humorous. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. So why did you contact me? What could the right talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help! We're in big trouble at the office. Big! No, I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are you gonna pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. One of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. You know, thinking about it, the way Phoenix is talking in this game isn't actually that out of character to me. Like, he's more abrasive, but we're also not seeing what his inner thoughts are like we were in the initial trilogy, so where he came off a lot more. I probably should have been lighter like that. Plus, again, 7 years, and he clearly got fucked by something. Or fucked something up. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us, Polly! Huh? What? Now it's my fault? On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court. All right, Arheo, what you have to say? You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Ah, now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. Our client. All right, so who's the client? Ah, yeah. Here, take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint al dente's. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. I thought that looked like Nick during that flash. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. We're finally doing an insurance case? Hell yeah, hit and runs. Well, hold on, I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry, once you've found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know? Even ones that aren't very funny. So he is a true and tried father. Your real client should be stopping by the office any time now. The office, you mean the talent agency? Nah, no harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. People Park. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Thanks, Nick. Thanks. I suddenly hope Larry shows up just to annoy you a little bit. Hey, hey, hey! How long you waiting on blanking me wait, eh? Ah, good morning. I don't like his hair. He's made of noodle. He is more noodle than man. Hey there, Trucy doll.
Sounds like your pop's in a bit of a rough spot, huh?
All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client.
Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, huh?
Yeah, the name's Apollo.
Look at him here. Arms all crossed like ready to fight.
Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? The boss told me what I need, right? Told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it.
Defense?
Your noodle half cooked. It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? You know Mr. Eldon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please. No, of course I don't know him. You know in these parts? Not really.
Then you know the best noodles in town, Eldoon's Noodles.
Whose noodles?
My noodles.
Help me out here, Trucy doll. This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon. Anything for you, Trucy doll.
What the fuck is happening?
So, you run a noodle stand, Mr.
Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name.
And noodles are my game.
The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half.
Oh, that's not that long, really.
My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons.
That's a pretty old noodle.
Aye, fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked up another livelihood. But, that didn't turn out too well.
Oh.
There was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy.
So, it was like destiny that you became what you are.
Right, destiny's the one. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate.
I'm noticing that destinies come up a couple times in this game. So I'm thinking that's going to be a common theme throughout. Not a mental image I care to linger on.
So last year, I started my noodle stand. 15th generation of Eldoon's Noodles.
So tell me more about Eldoon's Noodles.
You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt.
Now I really don't want to find out. So it's basically packaged ramen noodles, because that's more or less what that is. Danny's a regular at his noodle stand.
He frequented my pop's stand back during his attorney days, too. Yeah, payment his assistant.
I'm sorry, I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon.
Wish you could, Sonny.
Huh?
Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl bound now.
What do you mean?
It was stolen. My stand, gone.
Stolen?
It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle.
It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints.
Now you're just trying to butter me up.
That sounded more like blues than a whistle.
I closed my stand up for the night and parked it by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Oh.
Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here.
Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished.
Please, get your hair, assuming that is your hair and not actually noodles. Oh god, it's noodles, isn't it? He's bald. Please stop eating it. I find that very, very gross.
Oh, my noodle bowls were in there too.
That's the saddest thing I've heard all day.
You know what? Anyhow, that's the deal. Hey, good luck.
Good. Wait, what exactly is your request?
My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring me my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I'd make it so hot and salty. 2 bowls, kill a man. Then I'd really need defense.
Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective.
This is where I live. Drop off if you need any info, okay? Get it back today if you can, Paulo. Got noodles to make.
Things certainly have taken a turn from the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Ah, listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery. Well, someone stole a pair of my panties. Who the fuck is stealing a 15-year-old's panties? There are so many things wrong with that on like 6 different levels. I'm finding who did that. I'm not throwing them in jail. I'm throwing them into the pit for Mortal Kombat. Panties? So they're stolen. Your, my panties, yeah. Right. Panties. That's a crying shame. That is Drusy Doll. I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry when a thief came and took them. My favorite panties. Do they own a dog? I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait! Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do. What the fuck is happening in this game? Darn crying shame, yep. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand if there's an empty bowl in your future, Apollo. Right. And you help out Drusy Doll here too, you hear? Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We have no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases. I guess? Let's see where we stand. Not in the courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list, Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit and run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? And the second item is being ignored. Mr. Eldon's request to find a stolen stand, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Okay, I absolutely love Apollo. He responds to things like I do as a commentator. Let's go, Polly, to the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic? How can I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see. Hit and run, stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. Oh boy. Just guess let's start at the accident scene. What the fuck? Who spilled all the ketchup and mustard? So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car? Kentucky. According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. Feels like Chinatown. Apollo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there, too. What's going on with this guy? What he doing? Whoa. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I sweating? Oh god, no, she's Mrs. Big Head. That's quite a house you got here. You must have a lot of money. Whoa, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kentucky family mansion, little girl. Huh? You, kid with the hair. You want something? Me? No, not a thing by. Oh, Paul, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kentucky family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Oh, we are already dealing with Yakuza. Did I examine Charlie? Charlie? Oh, Jesus. If you're gonna ask something, ask it.
If you're man enough.
Right. Yay, way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear?
I'm Plum. Plum Kentucky. Wife of the fourth head of the Kentucky family business. Friends call me Little Plum.
I'm Little Apollo's Justice Attorney-at-Law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. Just because you said to examine Charlie, I'll take a look back at the talent agency. I clearly missed something that's at least funny. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Who? What? An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat. That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday. Sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if he's got to be well over 100. How rude. Apollo's about 5'5", but with the 3. Yeah. I'm clearly missing something. With the 3D models, they include his hair spikes. Oh, I have to fucking press this to do this. Whoa, hello. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story. You know? There's something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Let's talk with Madame Kataki first, before I get distracted with anything over there. Little Plum? That's a really cute nickname for someone so...
Yes.
Whoa. What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? That seems a little bit like a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures.
Oh, little girl, you should know. We're gangsters.
Gangst? Oh, that means you're the bad guys.
Trucy, through me, please, I'm begging you here. The bad guys. I like the sound of that.
I'm going to need some warm tea after this. He's a neurotic mess. Oh my god.
Takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys.
So you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. There was a car accident here last night.
Last night?
Of course you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you.
Wait.
Yeah?
You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away?
That's my daddy.
I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man.
Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using too much industry lingo?
In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since this morning.
Cleaning up this paint? Yeah, what's with that? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident?
It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. And found your father drowned in a sea of paint.
See, came to his rescue.
You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint. Then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting a wall, you see.
I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me. Hit enter on accident. Whoops, been there. But why are you out here cleaning it up?
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please, go through me. What do you want to?
Don't be such a stiff, lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image.
Yeah.
But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, see?
How noble of him.
I availed myself to the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just a pain on the street to deal with.
Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can. Let's take a look. It's in a book. A reading rainbow. Examine trash can. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actually. Huh? Huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like the slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go in a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Wait, you don't think... I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Can we just talk about the fact that we now have 2 people saying Phoenix flew 30 feet? That motherfucker is beefier than we think he is if he walked from the 30 feet. To go fast enough to fly 30 feet, probably without even touching the ground, that car had to be going like 90 plus. And he took out its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which one do you want to take? The mirror seems like it'll be more important. Phoenix is unkillable. That's true, he did also fall off a burning bridge into a nigh insurvivable rapids, but he did survive it. Maybe Phoenix is just the Terminator. Apollo's only 5 foot. Oh my god, he's a manlet. I love him. How you doing here, Chief? Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. He got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? Huh? No, move along, nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play somewhere else? We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Hello, Emma. Detective Sky, we're doing fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Whoa. Detective? Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are? Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental hydroxycellulodosatrace? Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out of the riffraff if you would. Yes, ma'am. How are we gonna get more information out like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Yeah, that nice woman. What the fuck is happening over here? Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entrance to the park.
Now, don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home.
Please, get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite the determined old lady. Go off, Queen. Oh no, don't even joke. Don't even joke, Cythera. If that is fucking Wendy Oldbag and she shows up again. Can I ask you a question?
What?
What happened in the park across the street?
Oh yeah, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say.
Chicago, huh?
Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too.
You're kidding.
What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house.
Did something happen at your house, too?
A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it?
Somehow, I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house?
Bloomers. Late night. Last night.
Oh my god, Mr. Krabs went on a panty raid across the entire city. I got a bad feeling about this.
Me, Little Plum Kitaki, the victim of panty snatcher.
What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen?
Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it?
No, of course not. Mercy.
I've heard where the pennies been disappearing lately. And the missing panties have all been something in common.
It's hard to imagine Trucy's and Miss Kataki's panties having much in common. I just imagine Mr. Kataki's panties. I know, we'll find your bloomers too.
Great. Show me what you're made of.
What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Art thou feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? It's that girl from before.
Oh, welcome home, sweetie.
Hello, Mother. She's a Kataki too? Miss? Hmm? Here, our flyer. The Bright Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah. Do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Miss Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. I'll be waiting. Goodbye? What the fuck just happened? Why did you give her our flyer? I don't know. Seems like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. Is she psychic? What the fuck? Trucy, I like you, but you intimidate me already. Newt. Newt. I can't do a good Newt. My throat is not prepped for that shit in any regard. So, what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly. I just realized Eldoon's name is Noodle spelled backwards. Fuck. I was wondering, like, what's the joke with his name? Yes, I just realized. Look, Kaito, Yahoo, as some people call you. I might make a lot of bad dad jokes and puns myself, but sometimes I am painfully oblivious. Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. Dog. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey! Look, there's a police car parked over there. The guy's, his name is Guy Eldon of Eldoon's Noodles. Sometimes I try too hard to figure their names out. I'm like, what the hell is a Dune? What could Eld be? It's like the great Sherlock Holmes once said. Sometimes the correct answer is the most obvious stupid one. That's obviously a complete paraphrase and probably fits better with Arsène Lupin and Lupin the Third and especially more. But fuck it. You're right. What's with this sparkly entrance? What is this place? A hospital? There's a sign. Maractus Clinic. Huh? Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Ah, there you are, Sonny.
Well, you find anything yet?
No, not yet. I don't want to talk about the 15-year-old girl's panties, dude. I just want to find him and get that part of this over with. Like, that is probably the most out-of-nowhere plot thread in this entire franchise so far.
The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowls get.
Just remember that. Also, hi, Mayro. Hope you're having a good night. How you doing? This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. So, your stand. Eldoon's Noodles, was it?
Aye, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say.
I bet high blood pressure does too. So, your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen.
Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, my sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend.
No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? I mean, hey, family heirlooms are a powerful thing sometimes. Are there any more details you can give me about the stand?
You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10, I reckon.
I guess he's not aiming for that late night market.
I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squid of grease. And then I went inside.
When did you notice it had been stolen?
Early this morning before the sun rose. Work starts early.
Do that many people eat noodles for breakfast? I used to. Like, no cap. Like, junior or sophomore year of high school. Like, for a good 2 months, my breakfast was just the Maruchan spicy chicken ramen because it was quick and easy. Looking back, probably one of the unhealthiest decisions I've ever made in my life. But I'm about 10 years older now and hopefully smarter.
I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That's damn all my life in it. Nay, my whole being.
They took everything?
All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams.
At least that's one bowl. Look, there on the ground.
If you don't find that stand today, I'll be forced to walk in the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl.
Senior year of high school, you eat a granola bar and drink a Mountain Dew for breakfast like every day?
Jesus.
I think what we can learn here is that A, teenagers in late high school do not give any fucks, even less than some college students do. In fact, I'd argue less than most. And B, the way we eat breakfast is horribly, horribly wrong. like cereal and Pop-Tarts are fucking advertised as healthy breakfast options. Those are basically nothing but salt and sugar. A single apple is better for you than any of that shit.
Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is.
That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to.
It's a crying shame, that is. I have to steal making my loincloth. Not some pretty girl's panties.
She is 15, guy, and you are 46. Don't comment like that. No. The garage, right? You don't think the thief lives there, do you?
Feh. I wouldn't put it past that good for nothing doctor.
Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Bowl. Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon?
Hey, there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles.
Wow, it does smell like noodles.
All my other bowls got taken away from my stand. Get it back to me, sonny boy. I'm begging you.
I usually never had breakfast, too much of a night owl to be able to sleep for a proper time. I ain't skipping breakfast. Yeah, I felt that a little bit. Admittedly, in a fucked up way, I didn't like it back when, but I think my parents enforcing somewhat of a strict bedtime actually helped me in that regard. Because, like, freshman year and sophomore year, I could only be up till 10. Junior year, I could be up till 11:30. And in senior year, they let me be up until technically 1 a.m. when I had to get up at like 6. But that was only if I was A, working on a project, and B, computer had to be off by midnight. So, like, I could use that last thing for, like, studying or reading a book. That doorway sure is sparkly. The Maractus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. It's also named after a Gen 5 Pokemon. They must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today? No clues here. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that dialogue in these games. Am I looking for something specific here? Like the police card? You worked senior year of high school, so you would be up until 11, stay up till then. Looking back, I probably should have started working in high school just to save up some money ahead of time. but I didn't because I was dumb. You'd stay up until 2 a.m. regularly. That was me on weekends. In fact, even in early college, I would usually be in bed by 2 to 3. I'd like to note I'm now up until 4 to 5. Partially because of my part-time job, but also, to quote Stu Pickles, I've lost control of my life. I understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders? Yoshi! Ah, sorry, miss. No going to the clinic today. Did something happen? Oh, no, nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info on this Maractus clinic. That's the second time they've said that. So either Apollo just is really not recognized as a defense attorney yet. B, he's just not involved in the cases. Which, you know, fair. Or C? I'm wondering if Emma being a detective now means that a detective is finally in charge that's completely confident. We could ask Mr. Eldoon. He's their neighbor after all. We should check out that garage too. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there? Apollo is going to be dead by the end of this game because he's lost every brain cell talking to everyone else. The only reason Phoenix didn't is that his brain cells were already limited because he was friends with Larry growing up. He grew an immunity. Hey, do you think something's happened next door? There's a police car out front.
Probably gave someone food poisoning, I bet.
If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning.
That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me. The neighbor.
Huh.
Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got it was coming to him.
The wrong crowd?
Never you mind about that.
I guess we're done here. I can go in the garage? Why? Kitty! And a skeleton! This is the place. This is where that panty snatcher ran. Lime green car. Are you sure?
Maybe.
Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching.
Clues like a pair of panties.
Juicy, could you try not saying panties so many times? That's missing a mirror. I wonder. There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. There's so much information here. No clues here. Fair enough. Is that a fucking piece of cloth in the tailpipe? That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Yeah, I thought so. Game 1, case 5. Huh? Apparently there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow. I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's got to have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey, there's something in there. What? Wait a second. Are these your... Ah! My panties! What? Already? Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really. Don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding girls' pants. What the fuck? What are those? My little panties. Of course they come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're going to put them on now. Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Whoa, where did that come from? How did that bowl get in your panties? My panties are an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in... What the fuck is happening? I feel like I'm having a stroke. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks. Magic panties. I feel like I've watched an anime where that was a plot twist. They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly.
You mean those panties are a prop?
You could have told me a little sooner.
You think the game broke me? Kaito. I'm a broken man.
It only took 6 games. Well, that's one case closed at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade. Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage. Anyway. Looks like a pocket. That's a phone. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. The car moved, it would have been crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. We should bring it to him later. And obviously, the part I initially noticed. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue? Well, let's see. I think I have just the clue you've got in mind. It's magic. My clue is this. Ooh, funky. Wow, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match. I guess we could check it out.
So then, just because like the tailpipe thing was brought up, what was released first in Japan? Apollo Justice or Ace Attorney 1DS? Or were they almost like same day release? Because I can see them doing that. Like, here's a bundle where you get a remaster of the first game as well as the fourth game. Maybe even in the same cartridge. No, probably not in the same. Well, maybe. I think there's like a DS collection of at least 2 of the games, right? Well, looks like we just solved the case. The evidence is sitting right in front of us, yep. Wow, you put the pro and professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Apollo? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Okay, it doesn't seem the type to mope, though. Apollo Justice had to have come out after because Emma is here, yeah, but they were definitely in writing at the same time. That 5th case, they were probably thinking like, either we have a game coming out right before or right after this, let's throw in a case to not only spice up the value of the DS version, but also to interplay them a little bit, maybe foreshadow things. Because it is weird that looking back, at least for like Justice for All, that they didn't add a new case that could potentially tie into more, but I guess that would have become kind of a weird gimmick for the DS versions at that point. And this is hardly a case worth reporting. Alright, to get there. Eldon's house. Oh, I didn't miss navigating like this. Right, anything agency, because I can only get to Hickfield from the agency. I didn't miss this part. One day, please, just give me a menu of every area and let me travel through them. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? Not bad, Trizzy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. Let old Daddy go get some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their rest. Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out, if you wanna. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Well, I certainly didn't expect you to be back this early. Polly's amazing! He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept to praise. And did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Miraculous, huh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic.
Maybe something happened? What is this miraculous clinic anyway? All I've heard are the rumors. That clinic's been making good money in a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime, the Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Miraculous Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. That's honestly kind of what I was thinking it would be. Looks like something had happened in that park. Ah, a body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Miraculous place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We solved the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties. Please, stop saying that. Kaito, thanks for the hydration. Let it flow. Refreshing. That leaves the noodle stand. Huh? Feel free to drop it if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help you with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Ugh. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. I love Apollo. I love him so much. I've known Apollo for 3.5 hours. And if anything happened to him, I would kill everyone else in this room and then myself. Oh, hi there. You're the one from the Kentucky place. Yeah. I knew it. Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. Alita Tiala? That's not the name of the Kentuckys. Maybe daughter-in-law? I have a request. Fuck it, shoot. Please tell me it's an actual lawyer case. Rise from Ashes came out in 2010, whereas Apollo Justice came out in 2007. Huh. Interesting. Your request. Let me guess, something's been stolen? Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought... Huh? You mean, you want me to defend you? You? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened? Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him. Fiancé? What happened to him, then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park? So, what's your story? You frequent the Kentucky Mansion, yeah? Are you a member of their organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. Yeah, it's about where I was thinking this was going. The boss's son, so he's a gangster. You could just say a Yakuza. Yeah, but the Kentuckys are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change, quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something. Miss Kentucky. I like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would care for that much. What happened? I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park, near the Kentucky Mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently the victim was shot with a pistol, but I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiancé was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiancé? Your fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name's Waki. Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo.
where do I begin with this character design? The weird semi-pompadour, the bleached devil horns, the Blue Badger spin-off shirt, the Bad Badger, yeah. Where do I begin?
Well, that's quite the photo. I know. Oh, he can be so powerful and menacing, but oh, so cute. But if he's the boss's only son, yeah, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please, help my Waki. Please.
Right, my first sole defense case.
Kaito, they might be doing the US release date. Maybe.
Fucking, it's weird. Games that don't get released here and don't get released until like the next console or 3 are just a fucking madness release date wise. Like, you guys know that Nintendo Direct that happened last month where they showed out the Famicom Detective Agency duology? Those games are called the Famicom Detective Agency for a reason. They're remakes of Famicom Disk System games.
Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. Hopefully. I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those.
Oh, yeah, the WiiWare release would make sense for 2010.
Right, let's go check out those scene of the crime. I often forget, at least the first game was on WiiWare, wasn't it? I don't think the second and third game were. Because that was, I think, the first time they used the smoothed out graphics that's also in the PC version, right? Right, let's go check out the scene of the crime. Onwards. Please, just give me... oh. Detention center. Oh. It's so nice to see that again. That motorcycle wasn't here earlier. It's got some really weird shading around it, too. That's a really thick outline. So, this is it. My first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... huh? Why does it say head request on it? Miss Yell must have used the Kotaku stationery. Excuse me, coming through. What? There's 2 of them. Ah, it's you, Mr. Gavin. Who's this guy? I must say I'm used to being expected by the ladies. But this is the first time I've felt this way with a man. Mr. Gavin? Ah, Fraulein, what a sweet morsel like you do in such a dismal place. Can I help? Yeah? The policeman officer won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted standing out here. I'll take you to the scene of the crime. Really? By your leave, officer. Yes, sir. Of course, sir. I'm not going to say I ship it, because this man strikes me as being over the age of 24. Aha, very well. This way, Fraulein. Whee! She is still trying to get up that fence. Hey, what about me? Found the stand. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. We'll see you again. Will we see you again? Ask the wind, Fraulein. I'll be riding on it. Not having to see him and Apollo. Oh. Now that. He's the prosecutor rival, isn't he? Oh, God. Yeah, they're probably going to end up hate fucking by the end of the game then. Who was that? Ah! Apollo, look, a corpse! What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, it sure got me. Mm-hmm. Might I ask what it is exactly you're doing here? Yeah, I figured that was Emma. Oh, it's you. How'd you kids get in here? Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince. He let us in. Him again? That glamorous fop always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tiala. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out. Yeah, he's the prosecutor rival. God damn it. So, what's with the mannequin up there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky, I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. Well, she fucking... The silliness has just been sapped out of her. She's so serious now. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. This is a new character trait. We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. Gee, I wonder who she is talking about. He? Who's he? The next defense attorney? Detective Sky? Quiet, please. Oh. I have to go talk to Phoenix. We're not making much progress here. Okay, let's go talk to Phoenix, but first I'm gonna take a look at the stand, because that... Gee. Hey, they're not messing with the crime scene, but we need to investigate. Apollo, look, that stand! It says Eldoon. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand, at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. I love Apollo. Right, anything agency. God, just give me more than 3 text options to move. I know I've been saying that since basically the Global Studios case in the first game. But please, for the love of God. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems? Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Who, me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So is there a problem? No, no problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That's a problem. Huh? I've given up to court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me. Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. Phoenix, some woman in a lab coat will give us the time of day. Help. Oh, I hope that's what the dialogue's like. Phoenix, there's been a murder. So, what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People's Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway? A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. She was technically the first. This is the second child I adopted. So, you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me.
That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait, maybe you know that other guy, too.
That other guy?
That shining prince on the motorcycle.
Prince? Phoenix is high as fuck on painkillers right now, probably. Apollo, tell me about this Prince Atrustes. Who do I have to stab? Who's getting close to my daughter? Indulge a concerned father. He's actually going down that angle. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? My guess he's Eddie Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin. Rock and roll garden Connet. What the fuck kind of name is Clavier? What?
Clavier? What a lovely name. He's so dreamy.
I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. And what was he doing out there? I have a feeling he'll be crossing paths again soon. What was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park?
Yeah, the detective won't let us.
Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder? I hope it's not what I think it is. It means piano in German. All right. What's the connection between him being a pianist and the younger brother being named Piano? Oh, and tell her I said hi. Yeah, there's no way that's not a coincidence. Not an Ace Attorney. All right, let's go get his cocaine. And by cocaine, I mean the fingerprint powder, probably. So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh? Whoa! You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I liked it. He got mad at me. And that's how Trucy got hooked on drugs at age 8. This is getting more and more suspicious. Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what the white powder is. All right, here, have your fucking cocaine. Does this ring any bells? Ah, is that it? Where did you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Co. offices, yeah? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Wright has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Yeah, thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. Well, dust for prints. I'll have to do that fucking tutorial again. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. All right, now can I talk to you? The report came in late last night. The body was found as much as you see it now. Yeah, except it was a real body. But why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be still here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop. Or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Paul Maractus. Pal Maractus. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Honestly, that's probably what kind of passed through her head. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where this noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is Guy Eldoon. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. What sort of person was the victim anyway? You mean what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. The name Maractus didn't do it for you? What? Maractus? Maractus. It's close to malpractice, but I can't. I guess when I see his name again, I'll try and figure it out. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky? I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Oh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe, so abroad. Forensic sciences, mind you. But when I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensics expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed him. Really? I had no idea. If she's been out of the country for a while, she probably doesn't know Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yeah? Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he was the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently? In the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes, I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Huh, maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. I told the detective about this case of the stolen noodle stand. I see, so that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me! And this is Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand, obviously. It does say Eldoon in big letters, doesn't it? And that mark on the paper lantern there looks familiar. It's going to be a little weird telling him what with the corpse and all. Yeah, a little bit. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right, congratulations, Apollo. And leaves us with one case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. Knife. It's a knife. A shiv, to be more precise. Oh, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of a known gangster. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on this shiv. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Yeah, they gotta give me this tutorial. Fuck me. Right, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint? Look closely at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots? That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. Probably have to be the one that's the most clear, so the black one. Right, let's get detecting. Oh, wait, before I do this, I need to check something in the audio settings. Okay, good, we're still good. Wow, she's practically glowing from excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. Just touch the screen like this, see? The oil left by the print is absorbed by the aluminum paddle. Aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and blow it off. Blow? It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just put your lips together. Wow, amazing. It's like magic. Isn't it though? Right, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. Think I got it? I think I got it. Shit, what was my microphone button? Hotkeys. Add-on, general. Oh. How do I... Oh, wait. How did I solve this before? I already forgot how I fucking did this. Aha! Quite good. That's quite impressive. Next, to match the print. The police officer has samples so you can tell whose fingerprint this belongs to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as it actually finding the print. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. Palmaractus. Yeah, it's Malpracticed. Kind of looks like a Chad. Or like that one motherfucker from Sergeant Frog that was kind of a Super Sentai character. Nope. Yep. So the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yep, isn't it amazing? The power of science, it's my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up, the real fight's yet to come. Chin up, Polly. The trial hasn't even started yet, and I'm already losing. Oh boy. You and your trash cans, go ahead and knock yourself out. Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Look, another pair of underwear. Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine. Could these have been stolen too? So have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over there. Good idea. I don't know what good it'll do. We have a fitness and a knife of prints. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry. It's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. Please. She's not here, so I can't give her bloomers back to her. So I guess we'll finally go meet the defendant. I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes. I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with him. The father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kentucky himself. Not someone I care to meet. Die, you! You're the one who you're old. Ah, they're here. Whoa. Marlon Brando? What the fuck? That's just straight up Marlon Brando's face. Whoa, this guy radiates power. Power with a cute apron?
You Waukie's lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Big Wins Kentucky, fourth head of the Kentucky family. Capiche?
Actually, I came to speak with your son.
Mr. Justice?
Yeah?
My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were to be found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche?
Yeah, I'm all about capiching. Capiche loud and clear.
You gotta do more than just understand the making. You'll learn, though, even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life.
I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man?
You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now.
Now?
You know, I want to go to the clink. I like it here.
You must be walkie.
A G's not a G till he does hard time. Bizoy.
What?
You'll see. When I get out of here, things will change. Silence. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy.
Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that.
Ha! You can't take me under your wing this time, old man.
You hear me? I don't need no trial.
I did it. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow.
Well, we know next to nothing about him. This is going to be a trial, literally and figuratively. Metaphorically. So much for talking to our client.
But we made so much progress today. I even found my panties. I had fun, at least.
Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains, how am I supposed to build a case for the trial?
Oh, almost forgot it's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come and check it out.
Yeah, that is very similar to the fucking shooting star. Holy shit. Oh boy. But with that said, we're about at the 4-hour mark, so that's probably where we're going to end it off for the night. I want to thank y'all for coming by. Kaito, Cythera, as usual, thanks for stopping by. Robed, I know you left already, but thanks for coming by. Anyone else who's been lurking and not chatting, thanks for stopping by. Every view matters when you're this small of a streamer. With that said, next stream is going to be on Tuesday, but it's not going to be Apollo Justice. It's going to be Halo 2 again, because Halo 2 scheduling got problematic tonight. But Clavier, what? I'm about to meet him, aren't I? Like, properly. Alright, fine, we'll do that first little scene there. Huh? Mr. Wright's not here today? He said his old foot injury was acting up. Old injury? He was all smiles yesterday. Oh, hi, Adam. Yeah, he smiled when he said we'd be fine as long as you're there, Trucy. Yeah, fine. I'll be fine. Here comes Justice. I started my voice training at 5 this morning. I want to get to know him, so fuck it. A little more. Not much more. Just a little. Oh, do some now. I want to see. Here. Huh? Oh, okay. My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. That sounded more like a self-mantra than voice training. I'm fine, you know what I'm saying? Good morning! Yo, sup? Hit me with the guilty verdict, G. See if I care. You just hang loose and let things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? Not really.
Walkie, don't be running your mouth in that like here.
See, that's between you and me, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real till they spend hard time in the pen. Murder is not hard time in the pen in this franchise. It's hard time in the pen than death. I think. They're kind of vague about that.
You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fear is realized. The trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. Yeah, there he is. Court is now in session for the trial of Walkie-Talkie. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready to rock and roll, Judge? He's German, okay. Ah, it's him, the guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor? It's Mr. Gavin's brother. Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking a leave of absence? You know, a little band I started that in my free time. Thing is, we got real popular. Hard to say nine to your fans when 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? I see, to be honest, I was a little concerned. I feel that you might still be distraught over that one trial. He's involved in the trial that made Phoenix lose his badge, okay. Not to worry, Herr Judge. I wouldn't miss a day. It's a day in court for the world. It's worth even more than the VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? Not gonna pass up a chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my brother. It was worth canceling a show or three. Understood. You may give your opening statements to the court. Before that, I was thinking, is there in this courtroom none of it serious? It is a court of law. That's no way to get the crowd jumping, Herr Judge. They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom. Achtung, baby. Today we play it my way. Ooh. God damn. That's a good song. What's that noise? Sometimes you have to get on up in order to get down to prosecuting. This is crazy. The victim, Pal Maractus, director of the Maractus Clinic. This scene, People Park. It was found pulling a noodle stand. What in the world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand? Yeah, I believe you'll only find that out by asking the defendant right there, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you are to glare at anyone, Herr Justice, glare at the bunk in the defendant's chair. His crime was witnessed quite clearly, you see. Very well. Please admit this witness to the court. Holy shit, that is some fucking smooth hand animation. 9, not yet. First, there's a little matter to be cleaned up. Could you not talk without? Could you talk without the accompaniment? I swear I could see the guitar for a second.
What is it, Prosecutor Gavin?
The motive, Herr Judge. Why'd the little punk do it? Why'd he kill the director of the Maractus Clinic? Not so fast, the defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh, but what if the defendant specifically requests to do so, as he did this morning? I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said.
What?
What is right? They always say that on stage you should hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. Sounds like you got you good, huh, Polly? I love him already. He's like an inverse Edgeworth.
I'm all about being conservative and doing exactly what's needed. Whereas I'm all about going all out, baby. Well, this is highly unusual, but the court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime.
Okay. So, you, son of the defendant, Waki, are you? I think that's where we'll end it then, because we got a pretty good feel for his character. Okay, like I said earlier, next stream, Tuesday, will be Halo 2, because this only happened because Lob wasn't available due to reasons. And even then, we're probably going to finish Halo 2, if not on Tuesday, probably on Thursday, so we'll probably be back to this within the week. This was a very nice preview. I'm already loving this game. I love Apollo already. This feels like it's going to be super solid. With that said, let's find someone to raid. I was going to raid Lychee, but she went offline at some point, unfortunately. So in that case, let's... Yeah, I you know what? I did need to meet that. That was... Oh boy. What a character. Let's raid... Yeah, let's raid Rox. Acquaintance of mine. Currently doing, I believe, a just straight up speed run of Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. Pretty high level speedrunner in that game, as well as Kirby in general. Good friend of a good friend. Send some love his way. And other, oh, he's doing Catan Bingo. Okay. I wonder who he's doing it with then. Guess we'll find out. Otherwise, have a great night. Take care, and I'll see y'all on Saturday for more Halo 2. Talk to you then.